What's up? Welcome, everybody. Alrighty. Today we're gonna do some fun stuff. We got a Repairathon coming. Alright. I got a stack of Game Boy Advances that need repair. So I recently acquired a pile of Game Boy Advances from Japan. I didn't go there. They came from Japan. And they're all some form of broken. So what the objective today is to go through all of them and repair them, hopefully. Game Boy Advances are pretty simple pieces of equipment, so the prospect of repairing all of them seems pretty feasible to me. We're going to go through my diagnostic process for Game Boy Advance. I've repaired a few of them over the years. And I want to try to marathon run through a bunch of repairs and show kind of some of the common things that you would want to try if you got a Game Boy that doesn't work. And then after that, once we've got them all repaired and decided which one we want to do this to, I have got a fresh new shell and one of these Funnyplaying Laminated ITA kits that I'm going to be installing in one of these lucky Game Boys. And the other ones will get upgraded at some point in the future. I just don't have the kits for them yet. But for now, the objective is to repair some Game Boys. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at each one of these Game Boys. We're going to see what's wrong with them. And then we're going to go through a diagnostic procedure to fix them. Alrighty, so what we'll do first is we'll take a look at this Game Boy. This one's actually in the nicest condition out of the group, although it does not have a battery cover. Something you'll notice right away is that. That's battery corrosion. So I already have a feeling I know what's going to be wrong with this one. In fact, I have a feeling I know what's going to be wrong with all of these, for the most part. Battery corrosion is, like, I would assume, probably the #1 killer for Game Boys. So, what we'll do, we'll grab a couple of batteries, and let's see if we get any power. No power. Nothing at all. Which is kind of what I expected. I've looked over these Game Boys. I haven't run them all through any diagnostics or anything. But I have... okay, I lied to you a little bit. I have actually put batteries in all of these to see if any of them work at all. One of them does work. It does power on. It's got other issues. The rest of them don't power on at all. So I already know most of these are going to be battery damage, but we'll start with this one. So no power at all whenever we try to put batteries in it and power it on. So let's go ahead and just disassemble it and see how bad the damage is. Now I haven't actually taken these apart, so the extent of the damage is going to be a mystery to me, and we're going to discover this together as a group. One of the things I love about the original Game Boy Advance is how easy it is to get into and work on these things. You don't have any hinges or anything, any hinges, flex cables, anything like that. It's just a few tri-wing screws and one Phillips head screw, and then you're in there. They're fantastic. Alright, that's all the tri-wings. Oh, the Phillips screw is already missing out of this one. So, somebody might have been in here before. Yeah, lots of battery corrosion on the battery contact. Let's take a few of these loose pieces out of here. Get those out of the way. The first thing I want to check is the continuity of the switch, because I have a feeling the power switch is probably going to be bad. So, assuming that this switch was working correctly, what we should see, the center two pins are common pins, so they're connected together. That's expected. We expect to have a connection there. What we would want to see is whenever the switch is in the off position, then the common pin and the right side, the pin on the right side should be shorted together, but they're not at all. There's 650 ohms of resistance across here, and that's whether the switch is in the on position or not. So that's probably the resistance of the board. Like there's probably a resistor somewhere else in the board that has that resistance value. So I'm thinking the switch has no continuity at all. So we'll flip it into the on position and we'll see what the continuity looks like there. Nothing. Oh, that was a... Come on, camera. Alright. Yeah. Let's see if we can get our multimeter in view. Yeah, we've got nothing here. Nothing. So our first culprit is the power switch. Now we can test if the power switch is... Well, we know the power switch is bad. We know for sure that it's bad. We can test if there's other problems by shorting these two pins on this power switch. Now, if you do this, be careful because you don't want the switch in the off position when you short these, because that will short the positive rail to ground. So you want to leave the switch on, and then we can solder a wire between these two pins here, and that will bypass the switch, which will tell us whether or not the Game Boy's working at all. Let's see. To avoid removing and reinstalling this back shell over and over again to test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly solder a little battery holder on here so that we can power it on and test it without having to fully reassemble the shell. So I'm just going to add a little bit of solder to the battery contacts. Let's see. Hit that with a little bit of alcohol and try to brush away that corrosion. Okay, let's see if I can get some solder to stick to this negative terminal. Yep, we got a little bit of solder on there. Alright, so we're just going to solder the red wire to the positive terminal. and the black wire to the negative terminal. And that'll make it a lot easier to test without having to fully reassemble. All right, let's go ahead and bridge these two pins here. And we'll see if bypassing the power switch gives us power. And we'll find out what else is wrong. Because even if it's just a bad power switch that's causing it to stop from powering on, that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't something else wrong. Let's see if I can find a component leg or something to use to solder that, because... here we go. Here's a resistor. I'm just going to use a piece of resistor leg to bridge this. Go ahead and clip the excess off. So this has effectively bypassed the power supply, or the power switch. Okay. All right, let's pop some batteries in here and see if it powers on. There we go. Okay, so it's a bad power switch. We know that for sure. Let's try popping a game in and see if it will boot a game. Okay, so it's not booting the game, but that could just be a dirty cartridge slot. So what we'll do, we'll get a little bit of deoxit. Spray a little deoxit in there. Grab a toothbrush and scrub a little bit there. Then we'll go ahead and pop a game back in. Let's give it another shot here. Oh, there we go. Well, hey, that's promising. See how the switches are working. Wow. You know, a lot of times whenever you see these Game Boys that have battery acid damage, there's the buttons or pads are in rough shape and stuff. They need a lot of cleanup, but This one seems fine to me. Let's see. Aha. Let's see. Is there a select button behavior that I can test on this game, I wonder? Oh yeah. Select button works too. So all the buttons work on this, it's just got a bad power switch. So here's what we're gonna do. You can replace the power switch. The exact replacement is, as far as I can tell, is not available anymore. But there is like a drop-in. Here we go. Helder designed this little power switch replacement board. Now I've used this, and I removed it out of the Game Boy that I repaired with it. I had issues with it. I don't know if it's not wired to match the original power switch or not, but it doesn't seem to work right for me. When you turn the power off, it's like it doesn't. On the original power switch, it's a double pole, double throw switch. So whenever you switch it off, it actually drives the common line into this second position, which I think maybe discharges a capacitor or something. And the Helder replacement switch doesn't seem to do that part. So whenever you power off the Game Boy, if you try to power it back on immediately, like if you switch it off and then back on, it doesn't work. The Game Boy won't turn on. And you have to leave it powered off for like 10-15 seconds and then power it back on and it works, which is super weird. So I don't like it, so I don't want to use that kit again. What I'd rather do is actually, I've had some good success cleaning these old power switches and actually repairing the switch itself. So that's what we're going to attempt to do. We're going to attempt to take this switch apart, clean it internally, and then restore it to working condition. Okay, let's go ahead and extract our component leg. I want to clean up the legs on this because I can already tell they have some corrosion on them. Which makes sense given the condition that I found these in. Let's zoom in a bit, let you get a good view of what I'm doing. Oh yeah, that's pretty nasty. Yeah, we got some pretty bad corrosion on the pins. Here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to take a fiberglass brush, get this fiberglass pin here. I'm going to try to hit these pins with a little bit of contact cleaner. And then very lightly and gingerly get our fiberglass brush in here and try to see if we can just abrade that corrosion off of there. Still looks pretty bad, but let's try to solder it again. Well, that actually looks okay. It's a little bit better. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. All right, so what we need to do is we actually need to take this switch apart because the real issue is inside of the switch. It's not really the pins on the outside of the switch. So what we're going to do is we're going to flow some extra solder into one side of the switch. Actually, we'll go ahead and flow a little extra solder into both sides. And then, let's see, I need... Try this with an X-Acto knife. I think that's probably going to work pretty well. So essentially we're going to take this top cover off of this switch. And the way I want to do that is I want to get something thin right into this space here. Let's see. We'll do it. We need to basically heat up this joint and then slip something behind. Let's see. There we go. So that partially popped the lid of this switch off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and take the excess solder out of here. With some solder wick. Okay, now for the other side. Now the top is already loose, so the other side's going to go easy. We just basically apply heat till it melts, and then it'll just come right out of there. And that's the top of the switch. All right, so now that we've got that out of there, we're going to take the wiper out of the switch and see what it looks like. It's going to be horrible, I'm sure. Oh yeah. Yeah. That is why we don't have power. Oh, look at that. We knocked a component loose. Let's take a look here. Let's see what the damage is here. Well, we've got a good pad there. And a good pad there. So I'm just gonna slide that back in place. Oh. It's actually, I think it might have actually soldered itself onto that ground point. Okay, there we go. Oh. It's still on there. Grab this again. Get off of there. Okay, so now it shouldn't be soldered to anything. Okay, so that's fixed. All right, so that's the damage to the wiper, or to the body of the switch. This is the condition of the wiper. It's pretty rough. The contact surfaces, though, look okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit the wiper. Whoops. These are very small, lightweight parts here. We're going to hit the wiper with a little bit of deoxit, which I think that's enough. And then I'm going to take my fiberglass pin and very lightly come in here and just brush these contacts. Well, that's already looking substantially better. You want to be gentle with these contacts because they are very fragile. Very, very fragile. But I would say that looks pretty good. There's still a little corrosion. There's still corrosion down here in the bottom of the contact, but the actual contact surfaces look pretty good. So I'm going to spritz this with a little bit of alcohol. And then I'm going to take my blower here and just dry it out. yeah, looks pretty decent. Little piece of fiberglass in there still. Got it. Okay, yeah, so the actual contact surfaces look pretty good. There's still just some corrosion down inside of there. All right. That's it for the wiper. Now we'll actually look at the switch body. Look at this. This is just... That's terrible right there. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna hit that with a little bit more contact cleaner. I really ought to take this one out of... I ought to take it out of the shell while I'm doing this. I'm gonna do that real quick. Let's pop a couple of these screws out. Nope. Found it. I lost that screw to the floor, but it's back. All right, we're gonna go ahead and remove the LCD ribbon cable as well. Okay. All right, so we sprayed some contact cleaner in here. We're gonna use our fiberglass pen again to continue cleaning this out. Now you don't have to be as gentle with this because this isn't fragile. You can go to town on this. That looks pretty good, but there's still a little bit more in there. Hit it with a bit more contact cleaner. Make another pass with our fiberglass pen. Some stubborn stuff still stuck here in the middle. Well, that looks pretty good. You want to make sure to get the excess fiberglass out of there. You don't want little pieces of fiberglass inside of the switch. Use a little bit of air. Well, it's not perfect, but it's pretty dang good. So, what we'll do now is we'll spray just a tiny bit more contact cleaner in here. And then we'll reassemble it and see how it does. Okay, here's our switch, the slider of our switch. And then we just need to snap the body back onto it and then solder it back down, and we'll be able to test. Now we want to make sure that this is pressed down all the way to the board so that this top portion pushes down and exerts good pressure onto the wiper inside of this switch. Okay. There you go. That looks like a switch again. While we're here, let's go ahead and clean up the battery terminals as well. It's really just the negative battery terminal that's in rough shape, but we'll hit it with a little contact cleaner. So you need a little bit of a stiffer brush here. That looks okay. Let's pop her back in the shell real quick and see how it goes. What's up, Chris C? Good to see you again. Doing a little bit of repair work here on some Game Boys before we upgrade anything. This one we just got done, I don't know how long you've been here, but we just got done rebuilding the power switch because this had a bad power switch that was full of corrosion. So we disassembled it and cleaned it out and got it all put back together. In my opinion, disassembling and cleaning Game Boy Advance power switches is the best option because they don't make a replacement part that I know of for it. And just fixing the original seems to be a better solution to me than some of the aftermarket options that are out there. Come on, go back together. There it goes. Okay, let's pop the back on here, and we'll give it a go with some batteries. Oops, gotta put the power switch in first. All right, grab a couple of batteries here. Perfect. Oh man, the camera really does not want to focus on the screen. Let's see if I can get it over here. There we go. So that's a fixed Game Boy right there. I have no L and R buttons right now because I didn't put them back in. So yeah, that's one fixed Game Boy. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly pop the button, the L and R triggers back into this one and put it back together. Actually, you know, this one's the shell is in pretty good shape on this one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop this over in the ultrasonic cleaner, and we'll see how it turns out. It might be a decent enough shell that it'd be worth maybe just replacing the lens and doing a drop-in LCD replacement later or something. LCD removed. I try to keep this in good shape because this LCD is actually Pretty nice one. I mean, it's in perfect condition. Some of these Game Boy Advance LCDs end up getting this weird like layer separation going on. Makes them look awful. I'm trying to save this one. Alright, I'm going to put this aside. I'm going to drop this shell into the ultrasonic cleaner. And while this is ultrasonicing, we'll go look at the next Game Boy and see what's the deal with it. We'll see what's the deal with the next Game Boy. Don't think I need to. Don't need to ultrasonic this battery contact here on the back. So I'll get that out of here. Oh, come on. This battery contact does not want to come out. Chris, my ultrasonic cleaner is a Crest Ultrasonics. Came from Louis Rossman, actually. Rossman Repair. I don't know if he still sells ultrasonic cleaners, but it's a nice one, but it was very expensive. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure if it was worth it to spend that kind of money on a ultrasonic cleaner. I don't know that it... I've never used a cheap one. Whenever I went to buy one, I decided I would just buy a premium one. One and done. But I don't really know if it was worth it. Okay, the shell's in the ultrasonic cleaner. We'll let that ultrasonic for a few minutes. You don't want to leave plastic shells in an ultrasonic cleaner for too long, because if you do, they will discolor. And they'll warp if it's hot enough. I run my ultrasonic cleaner at 70 degrees. Okay. Game Boy number 2. This one is in rough shape. This is definitely getting a shell replacement. But we're going to see what's wrong with it. No power. That's what we expected, because that's kind of the theme here tonight. So let's go ahead and get this sucker open. And we're basically going to be... I imagine it's probably going to be a repeat of last time. Like I said at the beginning, I haven't actually opened up these Game Boys, so I don't know specifically what the damage is. I just know that most of them do not power on. And I suspect that the power switch is going to be a common culprit. I would assume that the power switch going bad is probably the #1 thing that kills Game Boy Advances, so... Because the way that the shell is designed, if batteries explode, there's a high likelihood that that battery acid is going to end up in here, which is good because that means it doesn't end up on the board. I've never seen a Game Boy Advance so far that had like severe battery acid damage up here in like the main logic section of the board, which is good because I have encountered Game Boy, like DMG Game Boys, and especially Game Boy Pockets. If you got batteries exploding inside of a Game Boy Pocket, it's bad news because that battery acid is going to flow all over the logic portion of the motherboard, and it's going to be bad. All right. So we're going to pull the same deal that we did last time. We're going to test continuity. Looks like we got 200, somewhere in the range of 200 to 500 ohms. Yeah, bad power switch again. So same routine as last time. We'll go ahead and just pull. I'm going to go ahead and just pull the motherboard out this time instead of working inside of the shell like I did last time. I mean, on inspection, it doesn't look like too much damage has been done. It looks pretty clean, aside from just no continuity on the power switch. Wow, the top side of this motherboard looks super clean too. That's surprising with how disgusting the shell is, that this is such a clean looking motherboard. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to remove the power switch cover again and see what the damage is inside of there. This time I'm going to try doing it from this side instead of that side, because I suspect that the reason I knocked that component off is because that side's just not a good side to work from when you're trying to remove the top of this thing. Okay, so just like before, we're going to add heat, and then we're going to take a X-Acto knife, pry underneath there, pull the top off on this side. Oh, ultrasonic's done. That's what the shell looks like. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looks pretty good. Definitely gonna need a new lens, but I think once this dries fully, And if I hit it with a little bit of Pledge is fantastic. If you need to shine up some plastics or kind of hide some of the scratches and scrapes and stuff on plastic, a little bit of Pledge, you know, furniture polish, rub that in there. It works really well to condition the plastic. Let's see what the bottom looks like. And there's the bottom shell. It's not perfect, but like I said, if I hit it with a little bit of Pledge, kind of condition the plastic up again, I think this will actually be a pretty good looking shell. So I'm definitely going to save that one. Buttons in the membranes look pretty good too. Maybe a little bit of yellowing on the... Oh no, actually under this light they look pretty good. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave all this stuff to kind of finish drying out over here. And we'll reassemble that one later on tonight. Okay, back to this guy right here. Okay, so we need to... Oh, hey, Chris, thanks for stopping by. Happy to see you pop back in, but do what you gotta do, my man. We will carry on. Alright, we're just gonna hit this with a little bit more solder. And then lift this off and let's see. I can already see it. I can already see it. Can you spot the problem? Disgusting. See what the contacts look like in the on the slider. Oh, those are rough. Those are rough. Okay, well, we're gonna do a little deox it, just like last time. I'll set that motherboard aside here. Alrighty, we will get to work here. Cleaning up these contacts. Oh, wow. That's like brand new. Wow, that cleaned up so easy. So this corrosion that's on this is just not on here very hard. This is not very hard corrosion. That looks like brand new. All right, let's pull the motherboard back in here. Now for the fun part. Oh, yeah. This is barely... The corrosion inside of here, barely hanging in there. Barely. You know what? I probably didn't even need to disassemble this switch. This switch probably could have just been sprayed with contact cleaner and actuated a few times, and it probably would have been in the clear. But it's better to take it apart, because now we know for sure what the interior is like. We know we've gotten all the corrosion out of the switch. It's not in there anymore, which is good. Okay, get a little bit more deoxide in there for long term. Hopefully this helps her stay corrosion free. Oh, need to get rid of the solder on the sides of the switch here so we can put the top back on easily. Get a little solder wick in here. Get that out of here. Oop. I pulled a little bit of solder off of that resistor again on this one. Just touch that up a little bit. Alrighty. Let's reassemble. Alrighty, Now this shell is so hideous that I'm not gonna bother with ultrasonicking it. It's just gonna be a hideous monstrosity that's definitely gonna get replaced later. So for the reassembly, we're just gonna pop this thing back together entirely, and I'll put this one aside for future shell replacement. All right, let's see how we did. Okay, switch is working good again. See if this one will boot a game. Nope. Let's clean the cartridge slot. A little bit of deoxit in there. And we're in business. Volume slider's not working exactly right. So we'll hit that with some deoxit as well. And then we'll see how the buttons are doing. So we'll just spray a little bit of deoxit right into the volume knob. And we'll just roll it back and forth so it works its way into the wiper and everything. And hopefully that's all it needs. Oh yeah. Crackle free. No issues there. Let's see how the buttons are. Don't have the Yep, shoulder buttons are in good shape too. So this is a good motherboard. Perfectly good candidate for upgrading it with the new shell and the new screen. Because the motherboard works great. The main issue is that this shell is just horrible. So we're gonna go ahead. I'm not even gonna put the screws back in. I'm just gonna set this one aside. This is a possible candidate for doing the shell replacement tonight. But before we get to that, I do want to move on to our next candidate for repair. This one actually has a battery cover. That's a rare sight with these kind of 4 parts only Game Boys. Okay, let's see what we got. I think this one's no power also. Yeah, no power. So we're gonna follow the same procedure as last time. This is probably gonna end up being a very samey video, a very samey stream, where we encounter the same problem over and over again and then repair it the same exact way over and over again. But hey, it is what it is. Okay, let's see what we're working with back here. Looking kind of gross. A little bit of grime in the power switch area. Yeah, it looks a little grody down there on those power contacts. Oh, this is a 32-pin Game Boy. Okay, cool, cool. We'll go ahead and pull this motherboard out. Okay, let's do some continuity testing again. Same deal as last time. See if there is any continuity between those two legs, which there is 1,380 ohms of resistance there. Switch it over to the on position. No connection at all. So, what do you know? Another bad power switch. Well, same problem, same solution, eh? More than likely. This one has been a little more difficult about coming out. There it goes. Oops. There we go. What's it gonna look like in there? It's looking pretty dark. Yep. Same old, same old. Very corroded. We'll do the wiper first, as usual. Hit it with some deoxit. Get our fiberglass pin. And that one's going to clean up really easily too, just like the last one. Some of this corrosion is just barely on there. It's hardly even trying. So that looks like new. See how hard this corrosion is. Very not hard at all. Super easy. All right, well, let's do it all again. Reassemble. See how we do. I'm gonna leave the excess solder over here so I don't disturb that little resistor this time. I can work around that excess solder over there. Okay. That looks good. So what we'll do is, since we didn't clear that other side, we'll solder this side that we did clear first. And then once we've got it locked down the way it's supposed to be on this side, then we'll go in there and melt that solder on the other side while we're pushing it down into place, and it should click down where it's supposed to. All right. Looks good. Let's test again. Well, my glove split. Have to grab a new glove. All right. We're back in business. I'm gonna go ahead and just pop these screws in here to hold the motherboard down. Let's see if we have life. We have life. Let's see if we have game. Looks like we've got game. Nope. Well, something's not right. Interesting. Whenever I push the down button, it shuts off. Let's see. Oh no, it's just whenever I apply pressure. Okay, that's interesting. What have we got going on over here? Interesting. I don't really see anything obviously wrong. Everything actually looks pretty clean. Here's what we'll do. We'll solder the external pack on here, and we'll poke around on here while we've got it open. See if we can figure out what's going on here. Well, everything seems to be working with the external pack. I wonder if it's just the actual battery contacts. I'll try cleaning those. The D-pad's not working very well. Oh, hey, there we go. Everything's falling apart here. Weird. It's not low power. But you know what? We're gonna go ahead and pull the board back out because the buttons are not working particularly well, which tells me there is some corrosion that needs to be dealt with on the other side of the board. So I might as well go ahead and take a look at the other side of the board and see if it reveals anything interesting. Okay, well there's definitely some corrosion on the pads. That's for sure. This little inductor looks okay. I wonder what that's for. I'm gonna take a look at the schematic. What is that? 3 drive 3 T1? T1? Is that? Let's see. What say you, schematic? Where is power? And there's the clock circuit. There is the audio. Buttons. Is this? Aha, here we go. Power switch goes to that, which goes to that. That goes to T1. Power goes to T1. And that... Well, I'm not really sure what that's for. I'm not sure what that accomplishes on here. Interesting. Yeah, I don't see any clear physical issues that would cause it to shut off. Nothing looks like it's shorting to me. It looks pretty clean overall, aside from that disgusting speaker. Well, tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna pull these battery leads off. Okay, and then I'm going to clean these pads up a little bit. We'll clean these pads up a little bit, and then I'm gonna run the board through the ultrasonic cleaner and see if maybe there's like just some corrosion somewhere that's causing a intermittent short. I don't see any corrosion causing intermittent short. Nothing looks obviously wrong here, but something's wrong. I'm gonna pull the speaker out of here too real quick. Alright, I'm just going to toss this whole board into the ultrasonic cleaner, and we'll see if that helps. While we wait for that to happen, let's move on to another Game Boy. Here's one. Let's see what we get. We pop some batteries in here. You'll never guess. No power. Who could have possibly guessed? So we'll go ahead and pop this thing open, as is our usual arrangement. Okay, looks like just the same old, same old. Some clear corrosion on the contacts, on the actual leads of the power switch. we'll test them. Yep, high resistance there. No connection at all on the on position. Same stuff. Oh, this one's only got one screw in it. Somebody's been inside of these, and it wasn't me. Alrighty. Oh! Alteracious. It's going good. How are you doing? We're just sitting in here working on a bunch of Game Boys with a bunch of bad power switches. That seems to be all that we got going on right now is just bad power switches. Okay, so to remove the top of this power switch, we're just going to add some solder to one side of the shield on the top. And I'm going to take my X-Acto knife, get it into position down here. I'll just heat it up. Slide that X-Acto knife. Whoop. Slide it in. Ooh, this one's being more difficult than before. There, that should do it. So slide it in behind. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Game Boys, am I right? They're just a treasure trove of problems, eh? Alteracious. Game Boy Advance seems to be generally pretty easy to work on for me. I feel like that nearly 100%, close to 100% of Game Boy Advances are taken out by battery corrosion. I assume it's probably similar for other Game Boys, DMGs and Pocket. I know for sure Pockets get taken out by battery acid a lot. Because I've experienced that one myself. Oop. Accidentally popped this wiper out prematurely, but yeah, that's pretty corroded. Oh, the ultrasonic cleaner is done, that other board, so I pop it into the alcohol. When I clean boards in the ultrasonic cleaner, I like to run them through with cleaning solution. I use Branson EC. But then I have a little container, a little plastic container of IPA. And I use that to basically, I run them, I put them in the container, then put them back in the ultrasonic cleaner. And I let it ultrasonic in a sealed container of IPA to try to get all the water completely out of it, all the cracks and crevices before I actually power anything back on. Okay, let's get our fiberglass pin in here, see what we got. Honestly, not much. That's like new again. With a little IPA. That looks shiny and clean. Oh yeah, Alteraceous, you're totally right. The Game Boy Color not being backlit is well, I mean, same thing with the Game Boy Advance. It's kind of crazy that that wasn't backlit either. Especially after the Game Boy Light was available in Japan. And look at that, that's clean already. So I'm gonna touch up these legs here. Those look pretty rough too. Oh yeah, Alteraceous. That's why I do a sealed container of IPA. I would never run IPA in open air inside of an ultrasonic cleaner. That seems like a recipe for a house fire. No volatile solvents in my ultrasonic cleaner. But the sealed container of IPA works great. I actually use a the container I use is actually meant for cereal. It's one of those tall cereal box type containers. And that allows me to fit larger boards in there vertically, which is good. I use that process to clean my boards whenever I'm manufacturing. Like whenever I'm making console jamizers or Helix console IOs or anything like that, they have large boards. I just put them inside of that cereal container and then ultrasonic them, and even the cereal container is actually taller than my ultrasonic cleaner, but they still ultrasonic clean inside of there really well. Oh yeah. Using IPA in open air in an ultrasonic cleaner is like, that's scary shit, man. I would not want to be there. Well, plus you lose so much. Like even if you're not worried about the flammability issue, which I mean, you'd be crazy not to be worried about that. But let's say you weren't worried about it, you're gonna lose so much volume of IPA. I mean, you're gonna be going through IPA like crazy if you're running it in open air, heated. That's just. It's wasteful, it's dangerous, I just can't see any reason to do it. In a sealed container, it condenses inside of the container, and then once it cools down, it's back in, it's in a liquid form again. You save all of that. You're not wasting anything. Alright. Oh. Let's try assembling that again. Hey Pablo, welcome. Doing some Game Boy power switch repair right now. Okay, it looks good. Let's put this back together for a second here and do a quick test. I have high hopes for this one. I think this one's going to turn out just fine. This shell is in relatively good condition as well, so the implication is that somebody probably took care of it. Okay, we're going to temporarily pop this thing back together to test it. Okay, so we've got power, and we've got sound, which is nice. Let's see if it'll boot a game. There you go. Okay, so the buttons seem like they're working good. Let's see about the shoulder buttons. Yep, those are good. So the select button's taking a little bit more force than I would expect to activate. So it may be a little dirty. But otherwise it seems like it's working good. Let's see if the volume potentiometer doesn't crackle, so that's good. Oh, awful. Just ignore what I'm doing here. I'm actually not looking at the screen, I'm looking at the camera feed from OBS. So I've got a huge delay here. This is super disorienting. Because I can't really see the screen at this angle. But yeah, this Game Boy's in pretty good shape. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at that select button, see if that needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Oh, and the other Game Boy motherboard is the ultrasonic is done there. So we'll pull that out and see how we're looking. Okay, I'll just blow it. Okay, that looks pretty good. Real quick, let's put this back together and see if our sudden power drop issue has returned, or if it is gone now that it is clean. I'm gonna go ahead and solder the speaker back in while I'm here. Okay. Oh, Pablo, you made the you built one of the multi-carts, the X2, X3 multi-carts? That's cool. Not a lot of people have done that project that I know of. That's one that I did a long time ago. Actually got a newer version of it that can do an X2, X3, or original Mega Man X, then and X2 and X3. You can switch between all three. That one is a bit different, but I don't think I ever released that one. It has a microcontroller in it to control which game is selected and remembers your selection for next time, which is pretty neat, but is a little bit more complicated. And the board had three of the oh, what are those chips? 29F016s, I think is what they were, instead of 27C322s, which are those 29F016s are pretty fine pitch, a little bit more difficult to solder. So I never really got around to releasing that one to the public. Where's the screws? Where's the screws for oh, here's one. Okay, I am very curious to see if that issue with the sudden power drops is going to remain after ultrasonicing the board. Because I don't see anything obviously wrong here. But if there is a little bit of corrosion in a place that there wasn't supposed to be, I'm hoping that ultrasonicing will have taken care of that. Oh. Alteracious, I have no clue. I don't really work on Game Boy Colors very often. I don't even own one. So I don't know what would be a good replacement. Yeah, we still get a power loss. If I push down in this corner, that's super interesting. Let me think here. What is that? What are we applying pressure to? Well, you know, looking at it, what is getting pressed by that? Okay. It's gotta be, so let's see. There is a screw post here, which presses down here. So most of the pressure if I press here, it cuts out. And that would be putting pressure into the board. I mean, really through these two screw posts, I would think from here, that's what it looks like. That's really strange. I'm gonna go over to the microscope and take a peek under there. See if maybe there's something that I can't see here that'll be more obvious over here. I'm gonna poke around on this a little bit, see if we have anything loose. You know what? I wonder if we have like a layer of corrosion. That's affecting some of the pins of some of these components over here. So I'm gonna reflow the power switch contacts and a couple of these other ones around here, like this capacitor here and this little transistor here. That one looks kind of gnarly. I feel like we might have a whole joint here or something. Yeah, there's a little bit of corrosion just on everything. A layer of corrosion on basically all the components down here. Oh, come on, solder. Work with me here. Oh, hey, Alteraces, I didn't see your comment there. Yeah, this is what I'm kind of thinking. I'm thinking we might have a bad solder joint because it doesn't necessarily have to be a short that would cause the Game Boy to shut off like that. I've noticed something about the power circuit in the Game Boy that's kind of weird is that if it loses power, but the switch is not actually switched off, I think there's like a capacitor or something in here that keeps a charge, and the switch has to drive that capacitor to ground to discharge it or something. And basically, it seems that way because if you don't have the switch, if you don't have the correct switch installed, like if you just had like a single pole switch installed instead of the normal, like the default stock power switch, if you switch it off and then switch it back on, it will not power on. So it could be, literally, it could just be a cold joint here. So I'm just touching up every joint in this area near the power switch. But yeah, it could just be a cold joint. And when you flex the board, it may be breaking the connection on that cold joint. And then whenever the power is restored, something about the way that the Game Boy's power circuit works is that as soon as that power is restored, it doesn't actually power the Game Boy Advance back on. There's something in there that's not right if the power switch doesn't ground it correctly or something. Yeah, Alterations. The thing is, I know that, like, I get what you're saying with the screen fading out. The thing is that I've tested this. If you don't have, if the power switch in here does not properly ground out and discharge that capacitor before you apply power back on, the Game Boy will never come back on. It doesn't matter. That capacitor will discharge on its own, but the Game Boy still won't turn back on. It's like there's maybe some sort of a protection circuit in there that prevents the Game Boy from actually turning back on if the power down like sequence doesn't happen correctly. That's my experience, because I was saying earlier, I think before you got here, I have one of these replacement switchboards designed by Helder. And this board, when I had it installed in a Game Boy, this board did not switch. It doesn't switch properly. It's like it's not the correct configuration. And this board, if you turn the power off, it doesn't ground and discharge that capacitor properly. So if you turn the Game Boy off and then try to immediately turn it back on, it will not turn back on. But if you turn it off and wait for 15 or 20 seconds for the capacitor to discharge, then turn it back on, it does turn back on. So I don't know exactly what the topology of the power circuit is in here. I'm looking at the schematic, but I can't really make sense of it because the schematic doesn't really have any information. It just shows how everything's connected, but it doesn't really tell you much about what the components are or what they're doing. But there's something going on there. Gotcha. Yeah, well, see, that makes sense to me. So the power switch in the Game Boy must rapidly... Oh, yeah, you know what? That's probably what this resistor is right here. This little resistor next to the power switch, that's probably the bleeder resistor. That's what I'm guessing. So if the switch doesn't... if the switch doesn't switch the power, common wire like line inside of there back to that bleeder resistor to discharge the capacitor, then the processor will never reinitialize because it never actually fully powers down, I guess is kind of what we're saying here, which makes sense to me. That would explain why the power LEDs don't come back on, because the LEDs are driven by the processor. So if the processor doesn't initialize, it wouldn't turn the LED back on. No, it's still losing power here. Could be a cold joint on the other side. Could be on the other side of the board. It might be T1. Yeah, I think there might be some corrosion on T1 as well. Yeah, it would be convenient to be able to just toss the whole board into a reflow oven and hope for the best. T1 is definitely a component of the power circuitry, so I'm going to reflow it too. I don't know exactly what its function is, but I looked at the schematic and it's right in there. The battery, the connection from the power switch comes straight into it. So we'll just reflow each of these. Don't know if Q7. I don't know if Q is this. I guess that has to be D3 right there. That's odd. That's got to be a diode of some sort, but it's kind of odd that it's in a SOT23 package. I don't run into a lot of SOT23 diodes. Yeah, I don't know the Game Boy Advance schematic very well. Unfortunately, the only one I could ever find... I know there's a Game Boy Advance SP schematic that's really detailed and on GitHub somewhere. But the original GBA AGB001 does not seem to have a good schematic available besides the service manual schematic, and that, I mean, it's good, it's better than nothing, but the service manual schematic does not really tell you much about what's going on. It's kind of hard to read it because it was, you know, written on paper originally. It's not interactable. Okay, let's see. Let's see if that did anything for us. And here I thought it was going to be all power switches today. We've actually got something somewhat interesting happening on this one. Yep, still Still shuts down when pressure is applied here. That's super weird. Is that so? Natalie has an AGB schematic. Well, I'll have to look for that. The only one I could find was the one out of like the Brazilian service manual, which I assume that's been kicking around for a while. But it's pretty rudimentary. Well, I don't know what's going on with this one. It's got me stumped a little bit here. I'm gonna reflow a few more components and got a few capacitors I didn't hit earlier. Could potentially be involved. Let's see, CP2, CP3, which ones are those? Are those relevant to the power supply? They gotta be, right? Yeah. Those are bypass capacitors. Well, hold on, let's see. Yeah, those go to ground. D2, that's coming straight off of T1 and becomes VDD5. VDD5. What's the CPU power rail, I wonder? VDD... VDD3, or wait, 3 or 1 3? No, that's VDD3. That comes off of L1, which has got to be this guy here, I think, right? Yeah, that's L1. And that's what CP3 is connected to. So CP3 is this big guy here. And that's a bypass capacitor. Then D3. Oh, D3 is that diode on the other side of the board. Okay, well we'll try reflowing these guys here and see what happens. Yeah, if you got a link, I don't know if you can post a link in chat. I don't know if that's allowed, but if not, if you DM me on Twitter, I'll accept your DM and we can take a look at it there. That leg looks kind of gross there. Oh, we'll go ahead and reflow CP2 as well while we're in here. I mean, these would all be in the same area that I'm flexing, so it makes sense that any one of these could potentially be our culprit. And hey, you know, it may not even be a bad leg. I mean, it could be something other than like a cold joint. I mean, I don't know. Could be a bad capacitor that's under pressure. It's showing its bad qualities. I do have a cap kit Actually, I have a few cap kits on the way because I was anticipating the possibility of maybe needing to recap one of these. But it's coming from console 5. It's not here yet though. So if I can't get it working by reflowing, we might call it on this one for the night and move on to one of the other ones. Go ahead and reflow D3 as well, because I know that's part of this, the CPU's power rail. You can't DM on Twitter without a blue check? Why is that? Is that a thing? I thought you could only not DM blue check marks without a blue check on Twitter. Well, can you at me on Twitter if you can't DM? I reflowed L1 already. So L1 should be fine. That was one of the first ones that I did when I started thinking about maybe it being a cold joint of some sort. Let's give this a shot. Worst case scenario, if I can't get this one working, I was wanting to build one of those. I don't have a blue check. I don't pay for Twitter. No, I don't have a blue check. But I did see that you added me. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, let's take a look here. Oh, this is a whole board file. Okay. Nice. Hey, I'm looking at this here. Power. Okay, so yep, we got power switch, and then Q6 is a MOSFET. Goes to VDD 13. T1. Everything kind of centers around T1. And then where is L1? That's interesting. Where's the CPU? Well, this schematic is nicer because it actually has components, component values and stuff on it, which is a lot nicer than the service manual schematic, but it's still not really what I was hoping for. What I consider to be the gold standard. Oh, interesting. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Alteracious, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and follow you. Well, that's an annoying new feature of X. X. You know what? I'm not going to talk about it, okay? We're just going to leave it there. Alrighty, but yeah, I went ahead and followed you, so in the future, if you need to DM me, you've been followed. Oh wow. Oh wow. Now we're getting no power. I don't have a short in here, do I? Do I? I don't think so. Uh-huh. Now we get instant death. Instant death. So, that's very interesting. Let's see. We got about 500 ohms resistance between positive and negative, which seems that seems reasonable enough. Let's see, do we have a short to ground somewhere else that we're not supposed to? That is ground, so that, ooh. Oh, no, that was just some residual. What is that? That's DA1. What's DA1 supposed to be? DA1. That is a diode array, and it is responsible for something. Okay, so it looks like it should flow. Let's see. Well, now it's not doing it. Okay, that's odd. Let's go look at the top side, see if I have a short up there that it didn't clear or something. Maybe I shorted a component up there. Doesn't look like it. Well, just getting instant no power now. It's very odd, and let's double check these capacitors. None of them are shorted, right? No. I don't know. I don't know. Very strange. It all looks fine to me. I don't see any shorts or anything. I'm gonna leave the screen out for a second here and just test what happens if we... Yep. We just get a brief flash of the LED and then it's dead. That's super, super strange. Check these batteries in another. Yep, batteries are fine. Well, something has gone terribly wrong here. And I have no clue what it is. Starting to think I'm gonna not fix this particular Game Boy. This might end up being a donor for a GBA HD or something. Because I don't really understand what's wrong here. And I don't want to spend all evening poking around on this one board. I mean, tell me if you spot anything that looks crazy, but to me, everything looks pretty much normal. Let's see about Q6. Let's see if reflow in Q6 did anything for us. Nope. We're still looking at instant death here. If I flip the switch on, we just get a brief flash of the LED and then nothing else. Very strange. Well, I think I'm going to abandon this particular Game Boy motherboard and maybe maybe I will just make this a donor for a GBA HD board, because I don't know what's going on here. And I really don't want to spend the rest of the evening poking around on this particular board. It's kind of crazy though. It was sort of working until I went and reflowed these components on this side. And a couple of these other components on the top side. But I don't know. When I reflowed CP3, that was one of the ones that was reflowed in between it working a little bit and then not working at all. So, don't know what went wrong there. But I'm gonna put this one aside and we'll carry on with the others that we have here. So this is the one we were working on before we pulled that one out of the ultrasonic bath. So we're going to go ahead and pop this one back open. The issue that we were having with this one was that the select button was a little was not working particularly well. So I just want to get under there and look at it. Probably just has a little bit of corrosion on it. It doesn't really look corroded. But what we'll do is we'll just hit it with a little bit of deoxit. We'll just hit all the contacts with a little bit of deoxit. We'll hit it with a little bit of light brushing with our fiberglass pen. Looks good. Is it flux on D2 or has it been popped? Let's see. D2. D2. Where is D2? Are we talking top side, bottom side? That's D3. Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me go back to the microscope. It looks like it's just flux on D2. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the wrong motherboard. This is not the one we were working on. That was a good one from earlier. This is the one we were working on. Let's look at D2. I think it's just flux. Yeah, it's just flux. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, I know. It's hard to see what's going on the live stream. Okay, this board should be pretty clean now. Just get her put back together here real quick. I imagine this one's gonna be just fine because that select button issue was just, it just needed to be pressed harder than I liked. That was all. And honestly, it might have just been the membrane. The membrane may be kind of dirty because I did clean it too. Let's see. Some This is not a beautiful... This is not a beautiful example here. This one's a little bit worse than some of the other ones I've had out tonight, but it's not horrible. So I'm going to reassemble this complete and put it in my stash for future modding. I don't think it'll be... I think this one's in too rough of shape for reusing the shell. But I want to at least have it all together. Okay, let's see how this one behaves. Where'd my cartridge go? Where's my cartridge? Am I blind? What's going on here? Mario Kart. Where you at? I have misplaced my Mario Kart cart. Somehow. Odd, because that is the cartridge I've... Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, that's working great. Okay, well this one's good to go. Oh man, this is awful. Okay, well anyway, this Game Boy's working good, so we'll go ahead and put the screws back into it. Alright, that's another repaired Game Boy right there. Next up, this one. So, let's see what we got. Oh, this one actually has power. But it's not detecting the game. Ooh. Can you see that? That's not a good sign. That looks like battery acid in a place you don't want to have battery acid. Let's try spraying some deoxit in there. See if it'll detect the game. Okay, it did that time. Not getting any sound though. No sound at all. Interesting, okay. Well, let's pop this one open and see what we're dealing with. Okay, no sound. Ooh. Well, I think I might know why there's no sound. Look at how disgusting this volume pot is. Something has gone horribly wrong there. Spray a little deoxit in there. Okay. A little deoxit. See if we get anything different this time. Still nothing. Okay. I'm gonna fire up the oscilloscope. I'm gonna hook up an external battery pack and then we'll see if we can get some readings off the oscilloscope. Let's see. Alterations could be a bad speaker. Certainly. Certainly a possibility. Oh, we're losing. We're losing everything. Get out of here. Alright, let's see. Oh, wait. Just heard something. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I didn't hear anything. Okay. Let's take a look here. We're getting nothing. We're getting nothing. The oscilloscope is not detecting any sound. There's no frequencies of any kind coming off of this. It's just a solid 1 volt. The peak-to-peak voltage is 80 millivolts. So we're not getting any sound content at the speaker output. Let's see. Where should we be getting some sound? I'm not really seeing anything off of the... That's pin... Let's see. Speaker output. Let's go look at the schematic again. AGB sound. Okay, let's see. So we got the amp here. And according to this, the speaker comes off of pin 17. Pin 17. So on here, this is pin 1. So pin 1, pin 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17, that's this pin right here. There's nothing. Nothing coming off of pin 17 either. Nothing at all. Okay, where's the sound come in at? It comes in off of 7 and 8. Pin 7 and 8. So 5, 6, 7. Well, heck. I'm not seeing any signal off of the CPU, or off of the, well, yeah, where it comes in, where the sound comes in from the CPU. That's weird. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, let's see. I mean, I don't expect to get anything, but let's see what we get with headphones. Headphones. Oh. I'm getting sound on headphones. It's super quiet. Okay, I get sound on headphones, but it's super quiet. And we get no sound on the speaker. So, let's look at what the headphone jack says. So the headphone jack has its own separate outputs from the amp. So there is sound coming to there. So the sound must be coming from the CPU. I don't know why I can't pick it up. I should be picking up a signal on my multimeter or on my oscilloscope, but I am not. Unless I'm on the wrong pins. What's pin 1? Pin 1 is... don't know what that is. BC. There's a filter circuit. RN, LN. That should be pin 7 and 8. Let's see. I mean, I'm poking here. And I'm not seeing any sound content at all. My oscilloscope is working. My test sine wave is picked up. But I'm not picking up anything off of the actual inputs, which is super weird. Let me see something here. How does the volume control work on the Game Boy Advance? Does the volume control actually control the analog audio, or does it simply report the value to the CPU and maybe the CPU does the actual volume change? Oh, wait. Oh, that's super weird. So if headphones are plugged in, I get signal Oh, I am getting signal now. Okay. Oh, that's so strange. Okay, so the potentiometer actually does control. So the potentiometer actually does control. It's a digital control of some sort. Because whenever I had the potentiometer adjusted to where I was getting sound on the headphones, suddenly I had a signal on the input side. Oh, hold on. No, I mean the schematic doesn't show the. Yeah, I guess it. Where's the volume control on this schematic? It's not in the sound section. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Volume. Well, but the thing is, the volume feeds into. The volume feeds into pin 10 on the amp. How would that affect the CPU? How would that affect the audio coming from the CPU? That doesn't make any sense to me. Even if the potentiometer's bad. No, yeah, alterations. The main audio does not get switched at the headphone jack. The switch, it's not a normal switch jack. The switch is just like a digital signal that either is pulled high or low, and that tells the amp to output either to the headphones or to the speaker. And also, just to be clear, once I unplugged the headphones but left the potentiometer in the same position where I had audio in the headphones, the signal was still visible on the input pins of the amp. It didn't go away whenever I unplugged the headphones. So the signal is coming into the amp. Let me see here. Yeah, there's a waveform. I'm getting a waveform right now on the input side. I got nothing. Wait, I do have some signal on the speaker. It's only swinging like 300 millivolts. That doesn't seem like very much to me. I'm gonna turn this off. Let's see. Let's see what this board does. See what kind of voltage swing we get out of this other board that is working, that has working audio. Man, this one's super quiet too. I thought this board was fine. This board was the one we worked on earlier that ooh. The potentiometer's super stiff. Let's spray some deoxit in there. That is a stiff potentiometer, man. All right, let's try this again. Well, this one is still pretty quiet, but well, this is only swinging like 300 millivolts as well. So, that means that there's enough. There should be enough sound coming out of, you know, there should be enough. There should be enough. Okay. To drive that speaker. So you might be right. It might be a bad speaker. So I'm going to cannibalize the speaker off of that other board that we couldn't fix. And we'll see what that does for us. Oh. Well, yeah, this is obviously a bad speaker. It's all smushed. If only I had looked at it. You were totally right. Now, this has got a bad speaker, but it also has a bad potentiometer. We know that, because even with headphones, I only get sound at certain, like, steps along the way. So we're gonna need to replace that too, but that's fine. I actually have, I've got a new spare potentiometer in my parts drawer over there. Okay, this is the good speaker. Okay. Still do not seem to be getting any sound. see, headphones. Where'd they go? There they are. Okay, I'm getting sound on headphones. No sound on no headphones. So, here's a question. When the headphones are plugged in, this switch should be driven low, pin 5. Or no. It should be driven low when there's no headphones. Which it is. And then if there are headphones plugged in, then it should be not connected, which it is not. So the headphone jack, the switch in the headphone jack is working properly. So let's think about this. No, I mean, you don't need a game in there to hear the startup sound. That happens whether there's a game in there or not. So, that speaker is known good because that speaker was working. I pulled it off of that donor board. So we know that speaker is good. Because that board was, the speaker was working on that board until stuff and things happened. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, what else is part of this circuit? CP4. What does CP4 do? CP4 has to do with A ground. Let's try swapping out this capacitor. I wonder... Let's see. I wonder. Because this is part of the speaker circuit. This goes to ground. Don't know if it's super important, but feel like it's worth a shot. Let's see, where's that donor board? Where did I set that down? Okay. Let's try to pull CP4 off of this board. Oh, wait. It's very quiet, but there's sound. I don't know if you can hear this. So was CP4 bad? Was that just a bad capacitor? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think CP4 was just a bad capacitor. Okay, let's pull it back off and... swap that other one back on there. What the heck is going on here? Why is this capacitor not sitting flat? What's your deal? Here we go. Where's Mario? I've lost Mario Kart again. Oh wait, no, there it is. There it is. It's super quiet. But I think that's just because of the potentiometer. So, let's go ahead and pull this potentiometer out of here. the footprint of this potentiometer look like? Let's see. Oh. Wait a second. Is there a way to get this potentiometer off of here? Non-destructively? Let's see. I can't tell if this is actually soldered in place up front. Doesn't look like it's soldered all the way through. Let's see if this other... No. Doesn't look like it. Huh. Let me go over to the microscope, see if I can figure out how this thing goes together. Oh. Ah. Is it seriously soldered like all the way around? Well, that sucks. So I'm gonna have to use hot air to get this off. Let's see. I'm gonna put it at 300 and see if we can't come up with a little bit of shielding here. Okay, we'll see. Let's see how well this goes. It's not going super well. Oh, there it goes. Well, that wasn't so bad. Definitely not non-destructive, though. That that potentiometer's done for. Alrighty, let's go ahead and try this new potentiometer. See what we get. Okay, so hot air was not necessary. That was definitely overkill. It's just you can't tell from the other side that those vias have solder in them. They don't look like they do. So it's like an illusion. It's like an optical illusion. Or it's just so much corrosion that I made it look like there wasn't solder there. Okay. There we go. Alrighty, let's give this a shot. Interesting. Well, once again, we have audio. It's just super quiet. Hmm. In fact, the potentiometer is having no effect on the audio. It just stays quiet. Okay, let's see. What else is part of this audio circuit? R14, R14 and R37. Okay. Let's go back over to the scope. So there's R37 and there's R14. Let's poke those. That's 420 on R37, which is supposed to be 470, so that's close to being correct. R14, 661. Well, that's not right. That should be 4.7K. Let's switch over to... Oh, okay. That's more or less correct. Huh. From there, VR1 pin 2 goes to pin 10. Pin 10 of the RGB amp, or the AGB amp, I mean. So that should be pin 1, that should be pin 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's pin 10 right there. But then, let's see. Well, this... The potentiometer should be connected to pin 10. Let's take our donor board and check it. That's pin 10. Well, now I'm not getting any connection on this either. Wait. R14 is supposed to go to ground, which it does. And R37 is supposed to go to VCC, which... which it does. I think... this schematic might be wrong. Pin 10 should be directly connected to VR2, which is this one. It should be directly connected to pin 3 of VR2. Oh! No, the schematic's not wrong. I'm misreading it. Because the way that this chip goes is pin 1, 5, 9, 10. 10 is here. So the variable resistor is connected there. So this is super weird. It is all hooked up correctly. It's just really quiet, even with the new potentiometer. It's like crazy quiet. I wonder what it sounds like in with headphones on. With the new potentiometer. Okay. So with headphones and the new potentiometer, it's still super quiet, and the new potentiometer, when I adjust the audio, when I adjust the volume on the new potentiometer, it doesn't actually change in the headphones. It's like at the lowest level all the time. But we know the potentiometer is good though. And we know that the connection to the chip is good. So here's a question. VDD5. That should be 5 volts coming into the RGB, or to the AGB amp. I wonder if we're actually getting 5 volts there. Okay, so that should be pin 12. So we'll go ground and pin 12. That's 10, 11, 12. Well, we are getting 5 volts there. Pin 16 and pin 1 should be going to VCC, which would be 3 volts. That's interesting. So I'm only getting 1 volt. I'm only getting 1 volt. Let's see. Pin 16. Okay, what's... Oh, wait. No. Pin 1 is something totally different. Pin 14 should be VC. Okay, so that's probably fine, because I was getting 3 volts at pin 16, so pin 14 and 16 should be tied together, so that should be fine. There's a filter circuit. I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Well, kind of tired of dealing with this one too. So I'm gonna bail on this one. Maybe I'll come back to it sometime in the future. It's getting late. It's getting late. And I am getting tired of doing this. So we're gonna go ahead and install that Funnyplaying ITA kit. And we're gonna call it a night. Because I am tired. I'm tired. And I'm sick of this. So, for the Funnyplaying ITA kit, first of all, we've got a new shell we're going to install that into. Let's see. So I'm going to use this motherboard. This is a good motherboard. Here's our new shell. And here's our ITA panel. So, seems like the ITA panel just slots right in place there. Like so. And it'll look like that. I think this is going to be a really cool color scheme, okay? I'm excited for this. All right, and then to prepare this board, this is a 40 pin. We need to remove C54, I know that. So let us do that real quick. Let's remove C54. Okay, that should be it for the prep work there. I think that's all we have to do. Then we need the appropriate ribbon cable. This should be the 40 pin, right? Yeah. Okay, so there's our 40 pin cable. LCD is in place. And the bracket. The LCD has a little bracket that comes with it to push it down in place. Let's see, which way does this bracket go? Like this. Doesn't seem exactly right. Okay, that may not be right. Hold on, let's go look at the ITA instructions. Let's see. Funny playing ITA. Nope, that's for the non-laminated. Here's the laminated kit. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So for this kit, we're actually supposed to undo the ribbon. Then we're supposed to lay this over like this. Oh, wait. Hold on. Well, actually, no, it looks like this has been redesigned since their original instructions, because this is actually a different plastic piece than the one that's pictured in the instructions. So it appears that this bracket now has clearance for these cables. Yeah. Yeah, the cable's clear right underneath the bracket now. So that must be something that's been updated. It's kind of tricky. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's how it's supposed to go. All right. And in our hardware here, we've got our little light pipe. Go ahead and pop that light pipe in place. Should go right there. All right, now we have a white button kit. I think this color scheme is going to look pretty cool. So we have a white button kit. Have to install these trigger springs. Don't know why they don't come installed already, but they don't. I've built one of these Funnyplaying Game Boy kits before, but it was a IPS kit. It's the first time I've done the ITA, but I am familiar with how all the buttons and everything go together on these Funnyplaying kits. Okay, that should be good. Then we'll get our D-pad. I'm just going to reuse the old membrane for the D-pad and the buttons because they felt fine and they worked well. For start and select, I got a white membrane to match the buttons. Okay. So now we should be able to just install our motherboard and lock everything in place. Oop. Let's see. Well. It's a bit fiddly. Let's try inserting the LCD ribbon first. Okay, and then try to get the motherboard in place. Oh. It's a piece of plastic you're supposed to remove from the top where the link port is. That was part of my problem. Let's get that speaker in place. Okay, that's good. So, hey, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty good. Let's see about popping a couple of screws in here to hold this board down, and then we'll test it. That looks really cool. I like this color scheme. Okay, I am gonna solder in the shoulder button controls and stuff, but I don't think I'm gonna do that tonight because I'm running out of steam here. Okay, I'm close to empty on my brain. My brain battery is running quite low, and I think I'm going to lose my mind if I keep working tonight for much longer. So we're gonna put this together, see how it looks, and then I will probably finish this up in the morning. That looks super cool. I love that color scheme. That looks awesome. I don't know about you guys, but I think that looks fantastic. Okay, where's my battery contact? This should have come with a... Oh, no, it's already installed on this one. Okay, cool. Let's give the ITA kit a shot here. Oh, that's weird. That looks pretty damn good. Let's put in a game. Those batteries must be dying. Wow, that looks great. Hey, why you no read game? There it is. I'm gonna have to do some cleaning on that cartridge slot. Wow, that looks so fantastic. I have an IPS kit, and I think the IPS kit looks good. But I gotta say, the ITA kit looks awesome. That pixel grid, it just looks so legit. It looks so legit. It looks like this could be a real variant of the Game Boy Advance that Nintendo released. Wow. Alrighty, well. Oh man, I'm so tired. Well, that's where we're at right now. The battery light's flickering a lot right now. I think it's because there's not a good connection. The way that these Funnyplaying LCDs go in, these laminated kits, they put a lot of upward pressure on the top shell. And you see it's not really closed all the way. I think that's interfering with the battery contact back here. So I'm gonna work on that a little bit. Once I get the screws put in, I think it'll be fine. But if there's any issues with that, I'll deal with them then. But I'm too tired to keep working on this. I gotta call it for the night. But thanks for coming by, everybody who did. This was a little bit of a... Ended up being more involved than I thought. I thought I was mostly going to be fixing power switches. And there ended up being a few really odd cases I couldn't sort out. Which is unfortunate, but it happens. Maybe I'll do another Game Boy stream at some point where I address some of these issues, maybe track down what the real problem is on some of these oddball ones. And I do have a couple more that we didn't get to. But yeah, the rest of them were, I would say, pretty successful overall. We fixed what, 3? Yeah, we fixed 3. We have 2 with, one is got the power issue, and then the other one has got the audio issue. I'm gonna mess around with that, with the audio one, and try to figure it out. I'm gonna try swapping more parts out of a donor later on, maybe tomorrow, and see if I can sort that one out. But other than that, I'm loving the result of it. This looks so cool. This is such a cool color scheme. I like it a lot. My other one that I built with the IPS kit, I went with a Famicom color scheme, which I also think is pretty neat. But this here is just, that's slick. I like that a lot. I was really hoping it would look nice like that. Alrighty, well, I'm going to call it for the night, but thanks everybody who came out and watched, who participated in chat. It was good to talk to you, Ultrocious. It was good to see you again, Chris C. Nice to see you, Pedro. I'm not sure I've seen you around before, but cool to see you guys. And we'll do another stream soonish. I don't know what it's going to be, but it'll be a thing at some point. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later.